This is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides. In case of emergency, this is the plenary hall exit plan. For guests situated at the rostrum, the nearest exits are at the north and south rostrum. For occupants at the first floor and front rows of the VIP gallery, the north, south, and main entrance exits are available. For occupants at the VIP gallery, the main entrance and north and south VIP exits are available. For occupants at the second floor gallery, there are exits available at both sides. For occupants at the third floor gallery, there are available exits at the east and west sides.
Pahirapan mo ano?
Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we now proceed with the reference of business. And for this, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and resolutions on first reading, as well as communications and committee reports if there are any.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of bills and resolutions on first reading and communications and committee reports for referral to the appropriate committees.
Additional reference of business. Bills on first reading. House Bill 8776 to 8779. mandating the installation of fire hose boxes in every 150 square meter of areas in certain barangays of District 5, Quezon City, by Representative Vargas.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 8780, establishing national preventive mechanism in compliance with the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture and Other Cruel, Inhuman, or Degrading Treatment or Punishment, by Representative Abante.
To the Committee on Human Rights.
House Bill 8781, strengthening anti-agricultural smuggling measures, by Representative Garcia Dante.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8782, establishing the Carmona City National Science High School in Carmona, Cavite, by Representative Loyola.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
House Bill 8783, to develop and promote the yellow corn industry, by Representative Briones.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food.
House Bill 8784, converting the Sorsogon National Agricultural School in Castilla, Sorsogon into a polytechnic institution to be administered and supervised by the TESDA, to be known as the Sorsogon Polytechnic Institute, by Representative Escudero.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8785, establishing food security cold storage facilities in every province of the country, by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Agriculture and Food and the Special Committee on Food Security.
House Bill 8786, declaring August 13 of every year a special non-working holiday in Ilocos Norte to commemorate the birth date of Master Weaver and Ilocano icon Magdalena Gamayo, to be known as Magdalena Gamayo Day, by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 8787, ensuring the access of all Filipinos to the highest attainable standard of health and improving health financing security of all Filipinos through health maintenance organizations, regulating their operations by establishing a Center for Managed Care Services, by Representative Goles.
To the Committee on Health.
House Bill 8788, lowering the cost of prescription drugs and medicines, by Representative Recto.
To the Committee on Ways and Means.
House Bill 8789, criminalizing the creation and dissemination of cyber fake news, by Representative Corvera.
To the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
House Bill 8790, institutionalizing active transport by establishing a safe pathways network of bicycle lanes, walkways, and slow streets, by Representative Ang.
To the Committee on Transportation and the Committee on Sustainable Development Goals.
House Bill 8791, to promote a circular economy, by Representative Legarda.
To the Committee on Economic Affairs.
House Bill 8792, establishing Pangarap Centers in all LGUs in the country, by Representative Copilar.
To the Committee on Local Government.
House Bill 8793, institutionalizing a comprehensive labor rights education in the K-12 and technical education and skills development curricula, by Representative Copilar.
To the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8794, amending Section 77 of the Omnibus Election Code to modify the grounds for substitution of candidates, by Representative Copilar.
To the Committee on Suffrage and Electoral Reforms.
House Bill 8795 and 8796, establishing the San Miguel and Cagraray Island TESDA Training and Assessment Centers in Tabaco and Bacacay, Albay, by Representatives Co. Elizalde and Bongalon.
To the Committee on Higher and Technical Education.
House Bill 8797, defining and prohibiting senior citizens' abuse, by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Senior Citizens.
House Bill 8798, defining and penalizing fraudulent activities involving bank accounts, e-wallets, and other financial accounts, by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
House Bill 8799, modernizing the Philippine Coast Guard, creating the Coast Guard Modernization Trust Fund, by Representative Villanueva.
To the Committee on Transportation.
Resolutions. House Resolution 1160, expressing warm congratulations to Bago City Junior League softball team for winning the 2023 Junior League Softball World Series competition, by Representative Ang.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1161, directing the DPWH to submit a comprehensive report to the appropriate House Committee on the status of implementation of the Pangil Bay Bridge project, by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1162, urging the appropriate government agencies to provide updates on the compliance of the government to the Marawi Compensation Act, by Representative Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1163, directing the appropriate committee of the to conduct an investigation to determine the performance and the alleged violation of the National Grid Corporation of the Philippines of its franchise by Representatives Fernandez, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Yamsuan, and Matibag.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1164, congratulating and commending Filipino-American golfer Alison Corpus for winning the 78th U.S. Women's Open Golf Championship at Pebble Beach Golf Links, Pebble Beach, California, by Representative Barba.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1165, urging the House through the Committee on Transportation to conduct an inquiry on the numerous flight cancellations, delays, and booking mismanagement that has caused airline passengers major distress and additional unnecessary expenses, by Representative Tanuatco.
To the Committee on Rules.
House Resolution 1166, congratulating and commending Elpidio E. Sarmiento III for winning bronze medal in the 45 under Kyorugi and silver medal in open belt Pumse categories of the 6th Heroes Taekwondo International Championship in Bangkok, Thailand, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1167, congratulating and commending Team Manila for winning the 2023 Pony International Softball World Series Championships held in McAllen, Texas, USA, by Representative Plato.
To the Committee on Youth and Sports Development.
House Resolution 1168, directing the appropriate House Committee to conduct an inquiry on the successive power interruptions within the franchise area of the Davao Oriental Electric Cooperative, by Representative Dayang Hira.
To the Committee on Rules.
Message from the Senate. Message dated August 7, 2023, informing the House of Representatives that on even date, the Senate passed Senate Bill 2165, in which it requests the concurrence of the House of Representatives.
To the Committee on Local Government.
Communications. Various letters and emails submitted by local government chief executives and officials regarding their fund utilization and status of program project implementation of the Local Government Support Fund.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated June 27, 2023 of the COA chairperson furnishing the House of Representatives with copies of their annual audit reports for the year ending December 31, 2022 on certain national government agencies.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated July 6, 2023 of the Insurance Commissioner, Insurance Commission, Department of Finance, furnishing the House with a copy of their agency action plan and status of implementation on the audit observations and recommendations for the calendar year 2022.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated July 11, 2023 of the Finance, Management, and Administrative Service Tariff Commission informing the House that certain monthly financial accountability reports for the period January 1 to June 30, 2023 were posted on their website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letter dated July 12, 2023 of the Development Bank of the Philippines, President and Chief Executive Officer, notifying the House that certain budget and financial accountability reports for the quarter ending June 30, 2023 were posted on their website.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
Letters dated July 19 and 21, 2023 of the BSP Office of the General Counsel and Legal Services, Bank Officer 6, transmitting to the House duly certified copies of certain BSP issuances.
To the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries.
Letter dated July 20, 2023 of the DBM Secretary, submitting to the House copies of certain reports on the status of the FY 2023 budget as of June 30, 2023.
To the Committee on Appropriations.
2022 Annual Audit Report on the Partido State University, Goa, Camarines Sur.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Management letter on the compliance audit on the procurement planning and contract implementation of the Aurora Pacific Economic Zone and Freeport Authority, Casiguran, Aurora Province for the year ending December 31, 2022.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Annual audit reports on the Bohol Island State University and the Zamboanga State College of Marine Sciences and Technology for the year ending December 31, 2022.
To the Committee on Public Accounts.
Letter dated August 4, 2023 of the Executive Secretary, the Office of the President, Malacanang, transmitting 2 original copies of RA 11955, granting Philippine citizenship to Kyle Douglas Jennerman, which was signed by President Ferdinand Romualdez Marcos, Jr.
To the Archives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, can we ask for a 5-minute suspension?
Session is suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, on the part of the majority, I move to elect the various members to the Committee on Rules as follows. As Deputy Majority Leader, Tulfo Erwin T. As Deputy Majority Leader, Go Ed Christopher S. As Assistant Majority Leaders, Singson Ronald V. Lagon, Daphne A. Remulla, Crispin Diego D. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The aforementioned members are elected to the aforementioned committees. Majority
Speaker,
Leader.
I move for a 1-minute suspension.
Session suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the cluster on municipal and regional trial courts with hierarchy court, may I request that may we move that we approve on third reading House Bill numbers 8247, 8248, 8249, 8250, 8251, 8252, 8253, 8254, 8255, 8256, 8257, 8258, 8259, and 8260. For this purpose, Mr. Speaker, may I request that the Secretary be directed to read the said measures and thereafter to roll the call for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8247, an act creating 4 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the Municipality of Calawag, Province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8248, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 9th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Pagadian, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14J and Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8249, an act creating 10 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 8 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Antipolo, Province of Rizal, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E and Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8250, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the Island Garden City of Samal and in the city of Panabo, Province of Davao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14L of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8251, an act creating 4 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 4 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Ormoc, Province of Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14I and Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8252, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 12th Judicial Region to be stationed in the Municipality of Tubod, Province of Lanao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14M of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8253, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Malaybalay, Province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8254, an act creating 5 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Rosario and San Juan, Province of Batangas, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8255, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Bacolod, Province of Negros Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8256, an act creating 3 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 2 additional branches of the Metropolitan Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Navotas, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14B and Section 27 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8257, an act creating 2 additional Sharia judicial districts comprising the National Capital Region and the Central Visayas Region, creating Sharia district courts and Sharia circuit courts therein, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Articles 138, 147, and 150 of Presidential Decree number 1083, otherwise known as the Code of Muslim Personal Laws of the Philippines, as amended. House Bill number 8258, an act creating 3 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 1st Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of San Carlos, Province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8259, an act creating additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and a Metropolitan Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of San Juan, converting 4 branches of the Regional Trial Court in the city of San Juan and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E and 27 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. House Bill number 8260, an act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Gingoog, Province of Misamis Oriental, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14K of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Roll call of members in consideration on 3rd reading of the aforementioned House Bills: Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghiram, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Udela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulyas, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Owaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Monjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Giselle Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 8247, 8248, 8249, 8250, 8251, 8252, 8253, 8254, 8255, 8256, 8257, 8258, 8259, 8260. Alonte. Alvarez Pantaleon. Amatong. Angara. Ataide. Barbers. Baronda. Bautista. Bautista Lim. Benitez. Biron. Bondo. Bongalon. Cabredo. Chua. Co Elizalde. Colada. Corvera. Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid. Duavit. Duterte. Espina. Yudela. Farinas. Gomez. Gulyas. Hagedorn. Co Ricardo. Labad-Labad. Lacson Noel. Lee. Magsino. Marinho. Martinez. Momo. Nava. Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe. Olaso. Roman. Romualdo. Sakdalan. Sakaluran. Swansing Horacio. Tamayo. Tambunting. Tan Reynolds Michael. Tan Stephen James. Tan Tambut. Teves Arnolfo. Tulfo Ralph Wendell. Valmayor. Villafuerte Luis Raymond. Villafuerte Miguel Luis. Villar. Villarica. Yap Eric.
With 257 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions. House Bills numbers 8247, 8248, 8249, 8250, 8251, 8252, 8253, 8254, 8255, 8256, 8257, 8258, 8259, and 8260 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of our Assistant Majority Leader, Honorable Jefferson Conghun of the 1st District of Zambales. We have the personnel of Barangay Kalapakuan, Subic, Zambales, headed by their barangay captain. We have Barangay Captain Aida Lina, Raylin Esmali, Leonora Caberos, Elizabeth Garcia, Sylvia Kisan, Cinderella Hardin, Joselito Acebo, Norma Makayan, Evelyn Imperial, Glory Vidal, Jocelyn Diaz, Kagawad Lucena Pangilinan, Yolanda Mosones, Agnes Diaz, Jerry Hamil, Elizabeth Macapagal, Lizelle Santos, Alexander Huhaji, Pelina Flores, Lourdes Pauline Gasillos, and Oni Timbol.
Will the guests of the Honorable Jefferson Conghun please rise? We thank you for your visit. Thank you for visiting the House of Representatives. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we also recognize and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Honorable Attorney Jervil Jinky Bitrix Luistro of the 2nd District of Batangas. we have the barangay health workers from the municipality of Mabini, Batangas. We have Buena Abagon, Celia Lambo, Emeline Ceballos, Rona Manalo, Tolentina Panopio, Gregoria Josa, Victoria De Villa, Joselina Reyes, Yolanda Bongaling, Honorata Manibo, Senagtala Manigbas, Clemencia Reyes, Jeneline Agelion, Merlina Medrano. Oh, these are Barangay Pulang Lupa, Barangay health workers. And Cheryl Lu Perez. We have Milagros Gunyo, Leticia Fundan, Lizel Matibag, Crintin Binuya, Jerlyn Manalo and Carmen Manalo, Cristel Saison and Jane Rose Manalo, Maritim Matira, Josefina Enriquez, Teofila Renia, Karina Avellana, and Dalia Kalangi and Esperanza Paglikuan.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable Jinky Buistro. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives.
Mr. Speaker,
Majority Leader.
yes, we also would like to acknowledge and welcome the guests of Congressman Eric Buhain of the 1st District of Batangas. They are from the municipality of Taal. We have here Mayor Fulgencio Mercado, the Special Assistant to the Mayor Aaron Martin Mercado, Assistant Municipal Administrator Jovito Albufera, Sangguniang Bayan Secretary Severiano Alcantara, Municipal Councilor Erwin Lascano, Judge Hener Hito, and Barangay Captain Rogelito Maluluan.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable Eric Buhain. Thank you for your visit. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, under the calendar of unfinished business, I move that we resume consideration of House Bill number 8218 as contained in the committee report number 559, submitted by the Committee on Nuclear Energy. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8218.
House Bill number 8218, an act establishing the Philippine Atomic Energy Regulatory Authority and providing for a comprehensive legal framework for radiation protection, nuclear security, safety and safeguards, and physical safety in the peaceful utilization of nuclear energy in the Philippines, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of sponsorship and debate is hereby open. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, the parliamentary status of the bill is that it is in the period of sponsorship and debate. I move that the chairperson of the Committee on Nuclear Energy, the Honorable Representative Mark Coanco of the 2nd District of Pangasinan, be recognized.
The Honorable Mark Coanco is recognized to sponsor the measure.
Mr. Speaker, may I make a manifestation?
The distinguished gentleman may do so.
Mr. Speaker, the Honorable Abet Garcia was allowed to make a manifestation after his time to question what had expired. The other day, our questions were interrupted when the Honorable Lagman was unable to continue due to fatigue in standing up. He has replaced knees. So I would just like to further answer and put on the record some reactions I have to the line of questioning before I continue answering his questions, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Is that okay?
The gentleman may proceed.
Yes, the good interpellator, our distinguished colleague, said that my answers were imprecise. And I would just like to say that I'm just creating context for my answer because the answers, the questions of Representative Lagman are following the narrative of the past, where nuclear energy was made a villain, and the narrative of anti-nuclearism has proven false over the years. So I cannot answer the questions absolutely directly without setting up the context for the answers. This negative narrative for nuclear resulted in doubt and uncertainty and fear and political out-of-context hysteria in the international political community, so that international financial institutions like the World Bank, the ADB, have been banned from financing nuclear energy for the longest time. Only recently in Europe, in the European Parliament, where the set up JRC, the Joint Research Council, recently found that nuclear power does no more harm than any other source of energy. And so the Europeans themselves have now amended their investment taxonomy for green energy to include nuclear power. That this is a very, very recent development, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And so it is only now that vendors are re-establishing their supply chains, heralding rapid new build-out all over the world. And so, regarding the comments about PNPP, because I mentioned yesterday that I would support the reactivation, the commissioning of PNPP, I want to add that PNPP is fully paid since August of 2007 to the tune of $2.12 billion US dollars. In today's money, that is 116 billion pesos. Each and every congressional district represented in this House of Congress has a stake in PNPP of around 500 million pesos. And so whether it is reactivated or not concerns us. It is not up to me or the bill, Mr. Speaker, whether PNPP-1 will be reactivated. It is the decision of Congress or of the President or of both. So the time will come that we will have to debate this issue. It is not up to the PhilAtom, which we are trying to create, to decide whether this plant will run or not. It is the Filipino people who will decide whether this will run or not. So, for me, not running this asset, which cost us a lot of money over the years and squandered opportunity, not running it is a monument to how wrong ideological and non-fact-based decision-making can get. And we have paid the price for it. PNPP-1, had it run, would generate 5 terawatt-hours per year, 5 billion kilowatt-hours per year, and it has been 37 years, so that is 185 billion terawatt-hours, which represent an opportunity loss, a loss to have cheap electricity, a loss to have reliable electricity all these years, and a loss because we failed to attract the investment that our country deserved. We became not a choice investment destination because electricity was either too expensive or too unreliable in the Philippines. The value of that amount of electricity at only 3 pesos and 50 centavos per kilowatt hour is 647.5 billion pesos, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, so that people may get a sense of what the magnitudes of what we are talking about. That is has become a loss to an opportunity loss to our country. That's all I have to say. For the record, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, I'm ready to answer any question.
The manifestation is noted. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Edsel C. Lagman of the 1st District of Albay for his interpellation.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized for his interpellation.
Mr. Speaker.
The Honorable Garcia is recognized.
Yes, Mr. Speaker, this representation was alluded to by the sponsor. May I have a chance to respond?
The Honorable Abet Garcia may proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Mr. Speaker, when I was interpellating, the sponsor didn't want to engage in meaningful discourse and debate. So I just made a manifestation. And after I made the manifestation, the sponsor made his manifestation. Tapos ngayon pong tapos na, ang lahat, nananahimik na po. Ang inyong lingkod ay gusto namang sagutin muli ng sponsor yung mga binanggit kong detalye na ayaw niya naman pong sagutin during the period of interpellation. So, sana po, mas nalinawan ang mga membro ng chamber na ito at ang ating publiko kung during the interpellation ay sinagot niya ng direkta instead of jumping from one topic to another, instead of rambling on different issues during my interpellation. Sana mas nanlinawan po yung mga issues, Mr. Speaker. Hindi po yung katulad ngayon, tapos na interpellation ko, gagawa na naman po siya ng isa pang manifestation. So, yun lang po. Maraming salamat, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we recognize the Honorable Representative Edsel Lagman for his interpellation.
The Honorable Edsel Lagman is recognized for his interpellation.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. I would like to thank the distinguished sponsor for admitting yesterday that he is relentlessly pushing for the rehabilitation and commissioning of the Bataan nuclear power plant. And I would like also thank him for admitting that any rehabilitation and operation of the Bataan nuclear power plant will be under the jurisdiction of the Philatom. Accordingly, with all those admissions, it is relevant and important to further discuss the status of the Bataan nuclear power plant. May I now proceed to resume my questions. During the 14th Congress, the distinguished sponsor filed House Bill number 4631, entitled, and I quote, "An act mandating the immediate recommissioning and commercial operation of the Bataan nuclear power plant, appropriating funds therefore and for other purposes." Does the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, confirm this?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I would also like to...
No, I'm just asking whether it's confirming it.
I would just like to respond to also what you said about that the PhilAtom would be approving the PNPP. In fact, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, a regulatory body now exists in the Philippines called the PNRI, which could also approve PNPP1. However, it would not be a credible authority because it is conflicted. Because the PAEC before was abolished when they decided to mothball PNPP1, and instead they created the PNRI and lumped together with the function of promoting nuclear technologies, the function of regulation, which is a conflicted interest. That's why we have to separate the promotion and the regulation. That's why po, we are leaving the PNRI where it is, and we are trying to establish with this bill the PhilAtom. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Let me just reiterate, Mr. Speaker, that the distinguished sponsor unequivocally admitted yesterday that any rehabilitation and commissioning of the Bataan nuclear power plant will be under the jurisdiction of the PhilAtom once created by law.
That is correct, Mr. Speaker.
The distinguished sponsor, in his explanatory note to House Bill number 4631, said, and I quote, "Whatever the reasons, the bottom line is that this asset is now a part of the patrimony of the nation. It can forever be a useless hulk, or it can be a savior of our energy situation and a tipping point in our national outlook as far as energy and prosperity are concerned." Would the distinguished sponsor confirm this statement?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker. May I know the date of that explanatory note?
The distinguished sponsor must know because this is
it's
the bill
been so long,
which he
and
filed.
It's either 2008 or 2007. I just want to know the year. So it has been 17 years since I filed that bill, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
In the same explanatory note, the distinguished sponsor, Mr. Speaker, said, and I quote, "I am referring, of course, to the mothballed Bataan nuclear power plant. 620 megawatts of clean, reliable, and cheap power just waiting to happen," unquote. Does the distinguished gentleman remember this statement?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Then he further said, and I quote, "And so I filed this bill, a bill which seeks to make it a law that our government do all it can to make the BNPP a safe, clean, and functional nuclear power plant," unquote. Will the distinguished sponsor confirm this statement?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And then he proceeded, and I quote, "But let me state that I believe it is in the country's best interest that the BNPP be operated," unquote. Is the distinguished gentleman confirming this statement?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, may I know what happened to this bill?
The bill ran out of time. If the good gentleman will remember, on the last day of session of that Congress, there was controversy here in this floor about the quorum. I counted the number of members and we had a quorum. But somehow, there were other events that happened that day when the leadership decided to declare that there was no quorum. I called it an unconstitutional act. And during that day, I was expecting that the bill would be heard on second reading. So we ran out of time during that Congress. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, subsequent congressman from the 5th District of Pangasinan, where I was the congressman prior, was my wife, the Honorable Congresswoman Kimiko Huangco, and she filed a similar bill in the succeeding Congress. My bill had over 180 co-authors. Her bill had over 200 co-authors, which reflects the desire of the House members that the electricity issues, the high prices, the unreliable electricity be solved. Unfortunately, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, Fukushima happened, I think, on March 11 of 2011. And my wife and I declared a moratorium on our bill, on her bill, and our advocacy, pending the reports of government and international agencies on what happened at Fukushima, how many people were hurt, and did containment fail or not. My wife and I were ready to give up on nuclear had the results been negative. After a few years, it turns out that it was a radiological inconsequence in spite of triple meltdown. Radiation levels remained lower than the natural background in Seattle or in Denver, Colorado. And so we considered it a radiological non-event that virtue signaling politicians in Japan and worldwide jumped on to villainize nuclear power. And so I decided to continue the advocacy. I was not a congressman anymore until 2022 now, but I have continued the advocacy all these years on my own expense because I believe this is good for the Philippines. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, in short, the original bill and the subsequent bill were not legislated. As a matter of fact, they were not even approved on second reading by this chamber. Is that correct?
That is correct, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Now, did the distinguished sponsor refile that bill in the current 19th Congress?
No, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, because of the controversy. It was my opinion that we can try nuclear plants elsewhere where there is no controversy, where social license is obtained before we even start trying to build a nuclear plant in another place. However, the facts remain that PNPP is a 100% complete, well-built nuclear power plant, and we have an energy crisis. So it boggles the mind that we would not consider running this plant. I will not file a bill to push for PNPP's reactivation or commissioning. I leave that to other members of the chamber who may want to tackle that issue, or the Senate, or the President himself. But if we follow logical thinking, there is no reason why we should waste over 100 billion pesos worth of nuclear power plant, good nuclear power plant, because of ideology, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, does the distinguished sponsor know to which the moniker, quote, monster of Morong, unquote, referred to?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the original name, in fact, the official name is not BNPP. It is PNPP-1, Philippine Nuclear Power Plant 1. One, because there is enough space for 4 nuclear power plants in Morong. In fact, the foundations of PNPP-2 are already there. I know that it is our distinguished colleague who coined the term monster of Bataan when he was protesting this nuclear plant during the 80s. Am I correct, distinguished colleague?
No, Your Honor. I did not coin this monster of Morong. That was well publicized. I do not know who is the original author of the same. But may we know whether the distinguished sponsor has any idea why the Bataan nuclear power plant is referred to as the monster of Morong?
Well, maybe our distinguished colleague would want to fill us in on why, okay, Mr. Speaker.
Okay. Now, then let me give the distinguished sponsor and our colleagues that idea behind the monster of Morong. The BNPP is considered the monster of Morong because of its ignominious past, the scandal and bribery which marred its procurement and construction, the onerous and odious loan of 2.2 billion which financed its erection, the precariousness of its location as it is perched proximate to Mount Natib, a potentially active volcano in the Bataan volcanic arc in western Luzon, much like Mount Pinatubo before its 1991 eruption. It's having been built along a fault line and found to have 4,000 defects as documented in a previous technical audit conducted by the National Union of Scientists, a group composed of American and European scientists and engineers. For all of these overriding reasons, the BNP was mothballed more than 4 decades ago and was never operational. In 1979, the late President Ferdinand Marcos Sr. created the Puno Commission, headed by former Justice Minister Ricardo Puno, in order to validate whether the BMPP is safe and should be commissioned for operation. Does the distinguished gentleman know what was the recommendation of the Puno Commission?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the Puno Commission recommended some modifications to PNPP-1 to take into account the lessons learned from the 3 Mile Island incident. And one of those mandates was to change the wiring system, the path of the wiring system, which was problematic at 3 Mile Island. And so Westinghouse needed, in their effort to follow the mandates of the Puno Commission, to issue what are called field change notices, FCNs, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. These are what the good gentlemen are referring to as the thousands of defects. They are not defects, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Any nuclear plant under construction has 1,000 or so FCNs issued because the manufacturer has the right to change the design without prior notice if they feel they can do a better job in completing the nuclear power plant. However, because of the Puno Commission mandates, many thousands more of FCNs were required to complete PNPP1. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Well, if the distinguished gentleman has a copy of the Puno Commission report, the following are mentioned in said report. 1. The BNPP is not safe. 2. It is an old design plagued with unresolved safety issues. Thus, it is a potential hazard to the health and safety of the public. Next, its design needs fundamental changes and additional safeguards. Also, its safety is not assured because no safety devices were installed. And lastly, the crucial problem of nuclear waste disposal had not been resolved. These safety issues were never addressed or resolved by the contractor, Westinghouse, after both the Puno Commission and Dr. Pollard had pointed them out, as shown by later technical audits of the BNP in the past Marcos era. Now, may we know whether the distinguished gentleman is privy to the uncommissioned report of Dr. Robert Pollard, a U.S. nuclear engineer?
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, the organization mentioned by our distinguished colleague, what was that again? The NUS. Could you repeat what that stands for, Mr. Distinguished colleague? National Union of Scientists. Is that correct? National Union of Scientists Corporation. Is that correct, Your Honor? Mr. Speaker?
The distinguished gentleman would know.
No, I am asking because he mentioned this earlier in his question. So I would like to point out that the National Union of Scientists is an anti-nuclear organization that does nothing but criticize all the nuclear plants all over the world. So they made it a profession to be the major critic of all nuclear power plants anywhere in the world. They are anti-nuclear power. And so I cannot see how taking what they say at face value is credible, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. We need to go into the detail, which I have been doing for 17 years, Mr. Speaker. So I do not agree with the findings of the Puno Commission report. In the first place, PNPP1 was built at the tail end of the first nuclear era, and it is newer and more modern than approximately 75% to 80% of all the nuclear plants running in America today. It is the most modern two-loop design of the first era of nuclear power plants. It is the forefather of the AP600 and AP1000, which Westinghouse is selling today. So I do not agree that this plant is backward. It has 3 identical siblings running in Slovenia, Brazil, and South Korea, which are award winners for uptime and reliability. The reason why the Philippines lost in Swiss arbitration, when the colleagues of our distinguished colleague Rene Sagisag and former Senator Rene Sagisag and other luminaries of the government at that time challenged Westinghouse. The arbitral ruling said, well, the argument of Westinghouse was, well, there are 3 other identical nuclear plants running in the world and yours is not running because you don't want to make it run. And so we lost the arbitration, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I think that speaks for itself. I think it doesn't need explanation, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, in the case of the report of the NUS, may we know from the distinguished gentleman, Mr. Speaker, whether there are scientific and empirical studies which would traverse the findings of these experts who he claims to be anti-nuclear.
If the findings of the NUS are credible, then there should be no nuclear plant running anywhere in the world today. But there are 450 running nuclear plants. 50 are under construction. Hundreds more are being planned to be built. The supply chain is revving up for all of this future demand. So I do not see where the National Union of Scientists have been listened to anywhere in the world, except by the anti-nuclear forces like Greenpeace, the World Wildlife Foundation, the Sierra Club, which are anti-nuclear organizations, which are funded by the, what do you call it, foundations created by the big oil companies or coal companies of the world, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, I really regret that kilometric answer does not answer my question. My question is, are there scientific and empirical studies which would traverse the findings of the NUS? Because the study here of the scientists and experts were concentrated on the Bataan nuclear power plant, which was tainted with scandal and subsequently found out to be not properly erected or installed. Are there studies? And if there are studies, may we know if the authorities relied upon by the distinguished sponsor?
The conclusions of the NUS are not credible, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. They have been answered by very credible sources, international sources. The IAEA has recently given the BNPP in its many inspections after 1986 a good grade, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. So, nalunod na po tayo sa study over the last 40 years. Lahat ng study nagko-conclude even during the Ramos administration. The Ramos administration hired the Metz Corporation of Australia to do a study on whether PNPP-1 should be converted to a coal plant. And the findings of the Metz Corporation was it would not be economical and that PNPP-1 should remain a nuclear plant and be run as a nuclear plant. Why did they hide that study all these years? It's there on the internet if you want to download it, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, if there are empirical and scientific studies negating the findings and recommendations of the NUS, can the distinguished gentleman furnish us a copy of these scientific studies,
In fact,
traversing the findings,
Mr. Speaker,
and rather than make a general statement that the findings of the NUS is not correct because there are 1,001 reactors now existing
we
in
shall
the world.
request, as a favor to my distinguished colleagues, the committee will request the NAPOCOR, who is the designated caretaker of all the documents of PNPP1, to produce all the IAEA reports, the Westinghouse reports, the independent study reports that have come all through the years. Maybe make an inventory to present to him.
Not
I
to
have
me
been
only,
looking
but
at
to the-
all of those over the last 17 years, and I really have not found anything credible to call my attention to, Mr. Speaker. The empirical evidence are the 3 running plants, sister plants of this PNPP1. Westinghouse was given a turnkey contract, meaning the government had nothing to do with the construction. It was as the same as the 3 other sister plants, turnkey projects funded by the U.S. Exim Bank. And you know, when you are funded by the U.S. Exim Bank and you are exported nuclear merchandise from America, it has to have the stamp of approval of the U.S. NRC. How can the U.S. NRC be corrupted, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor? The plant is built near the mouth of a former U.S. naval base, the Subic Bay Naval Base. Do you think that Westinghouse or any American company would risk the ire of the U.S. government in supplying a substandard plant which could hurt U.S. servicemen, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor? It is preposterous, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
May we know whether the committee of the distinguished sponsor has not prepared to submit to this representation and to this chamber those empirical studies he's alluding to, which would negate the findings of scientists and experts that the BNPP is flawed with effects?
As I have stated to Congressman Abet Garcia and Congressman Angela Garcia and all the other interpellators of this bill, the topic at hand is the creation of the PhilAtom. It is not the Philippine Nuclear Power Plant 1. And I am accommodating to answer my distinguished colleagues out of respect. But it is not my obligation to answer what is not the bill. We are supposed to be discussing this bill creating the PhilAtom, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I think I have tried to bend backwards and accommodate all the questions, but this is not about PNPP1. I am not the one going to decide whether PNPP1 runs or not. PhilAtom is not going to decide whether it runs or not. It is the Congress or the President or both, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Or they might decide to mothball it further pending a future government which may be more enlightened, a future Bataan local government that may be more enlightened to see the virtues of the PNPP1. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that is not the subject matter that we are here for today. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
The subject matter, Your Honor, is the jurisdiction of PhilAtom. And no less than the distinguished sponsor said that any rehabilitation and commissioning of the Bataan nuclear power plant will be under the jurisdiction of the PhilAtom. That is the relevance of my pursuing this line of questioning.
And
I hope the distinguished gentleman would stick to his admission and be able to really answer the questions directly.
I am sticking to my advocacy. To the best of my knowledge, PNPP-1 is a very well-built plant. That is to be ascertained, if ever in the future, by the PhilAtom, using the standards of the vendor country of origin, which is the US NRC, which is the premier regulator in the entire world, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Well, Your Honor, the distinguished sponsor mentioned about the sister reactors of the Bataan nuclear power plant. But what is important to impress is that these nuclear reactors were immediately operationalized after the installation, unlike the BNPP, which has been mothballed for 40 years already because it was scandal-driven and found to be defective. So there is no comparison between the sister reactors and the BMPP. Now, is the distinguished sponsor aware of the studies made by Dr. Kelvin Rodolfo, a noted geologist and professor from the University of the Philippines and professor emeritus from the University of Illinois?
Yes, very familiar, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, because we had long debates. I became his friend because I attended his lecture in Pampanga on subsidence. And after the lecture, we hit it off so well because we were conversing about a lot of scientific matters, and we had beer. And during the beer, I said, you know, Professor, I'm interested in pursuing the PNPP-1. And said, so you must talk to my student, Professor Mahar Lagmay, who is a genius student. And he has a paper that we should revisit whether we should run PNPP-1 because it would be a waste not to run PNPP-1. And so I went to see Professor Mahar Lagmay at UP, NIGS, National Institute of Geological Sciences, where he was teaching at the time. And I said, what makes a volcano dangerous for a nuclear power plant? And he helped me write the explanatory note that you see there. In that explanatory note that you see there in front of you, distinguished colleague, it describes that you have to be 7 times the vertical height of the volcano away from the volcano to avoid any danger of landslide hitting you in case of an eruption. And he said to quote, you quote this book by Cabato, Rodolfo et al., which we did. There are quoted pages there. Unfortunately, in a subsequent barbecue at the house of Mahar Lagmay, Kelvin Rodolfo was there, and we were so proud to present to him that we had used the knowledge of, by the way, Mahar Lagmay published a paper, an official paper, questioning why we should leave PNPP-1 unused. When we told him that we used the book of Cabato, Rodolfo et al., and we quoted some aspects of it in the explanatory note, he blew his top. He exploded in anger. And I think the scientific community knows very well how Kelvin Rodolfo is when he loses his temper. You know, his wife is a permaculturist. once he gave a lecture in Baguio City urging farmers to give up their tractors and get carabaos instead because they believe in they don't believe in machinery, that you should do things by hand. And in other words, the ideology is to go backwards, become poorer. I disagree with that ideology, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. And maybe the motives of Kelvin Rodolfo at that time, which I tried to help him with, is to raise funds for the scholarship of Mahar Lagmay among our colleagues. Tinulungan ko po siya, nag-meeting po kami. I gathered all our colleagues to listen to Kelvin Rodolfo to make a spiel for his student. And siguro when I was still useful, okay lang. But then, after that, his true colors were revealed. So we've had a falling out with Kelvin Rodolfo, and I have listened to all he has to say, and I have answered all his questions. And the geological expertise in the Philippines, our current Secretary of the DOST, who was formerly the PhilBox head, Renato Solidum, wrote a letter to me saying there is no fault there. The nearest one is in Iba, Zambales. The safe distance from a known trace is 5 meters on either side of a trace. It's okay, it's safe as long as you don't straddle the fault, as long as you build beside the fault, it is okay. One of his younger PhDs, who also graduated from the same school as Kelvin Rodolfo, Professor Caloy Arcilla, refutes what Kelvin Rodolfo is saying and actually went to the site and dug up trenches, studying and trying to find the fault. After 2 months, he had a whole published study. He found no fault. They were accusing him of being partial because I knew him. And so he lent his equipment to these people and said, well, if you want to find the fault, here's my equipment, go find it. So we call them fault finders, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Before we proceed, the time has expired and the chair enjoins the interpolator to please wrap up.
My time was consumed principally by the lengthy answers of the distinguished sponsor. So may I request for an extension of my time so that I could finish my interpellation.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few minutes.
Session suspended. Session resumes. The interpellator is granted an additional 15 minutes extension to the interpellation. Please proceed.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. In essence, Dr. Kelvin Rodolfo confirmed the findings of the NUS and U.S. nuclear engineer Robert Pollard. Is this not correct?
I do not find Kelvin Rodolfo to be a credible witness, Mr. Speaker. He is a declared anti-nuclear person per se. In debate in UP, he stated, when I asked him, he stated, I asked the question, so does it mean, Professor, that you are anti-nuclear in the most stable location on Earth with the newest nuclear technology? He said yes. So how could he be impartial about PNPP-1?
Again, Mr. Speaker, that does not answer my question.
That answers your question.
It does not, and it will never be an answer.
Then we have a difference
If you
of opinion,
try to
Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
put in dispute the credential of Dr. Kelvin Rodolfo, that is your concern. But that does not answer my question whether his findings confirm the findings of the U.S. experts as well as by nuclear engineer Robert Pollard. Let me go to my next question.
No, they do not, Mr. Speaker.
In June this year, it was reported that Philippine authorities inspected the status of the Bataan nuclear power plant. Is this correct?
When was this, Mr. Speaker?
June this year.
I am not aware, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
You are not aware of this. I seem to recall that you even covered this inspection visit and requested media personalities to cover the event.
Is there a question, Mr. Speaker?
Yeah, is that correct?
I am not aware.
You are not aware.
Of experts going there June this year, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
You are not also aware whether President Marcos Jr. was present during the inspection.
I was not aware, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
You are not also aware whether Secretary Dotilla of the Department of Energy was present during the inspection.
I was not aware, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
And
I
you
was
were,
not invited, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
and you were not personally present during the inspection.
I was not physically present during the inspection.
And you are not also aware what was the result of the inspection.
I'm not aware of the result of the inspection, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Now, South Korea has recently reiterated its offer to help rehabilitate and operate the Bataan nuclear power plant. Is this correct?
Yes, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
What is the response of the Marcos administration to this offer?
There is a non-response, and that is, I have cited that as a delaying tactic of vested interest that has influence on our DOE, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
During the presidential campaign, President Marcos Jr. said he plans to revisit the BNP project. Do you recall this statement?
I heard something to that effect, but I did not hear the statement verbatim, Mr. Speaker, just a third-hand information that then-candidate Ferdinand Marcos Jr. had spoken positively about nuclear power. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Let me just peruse my notes, Mr. Speaker. There is an EO number 164, series of 2022, of former President Rodrigo Duterte, signed on January 28, 2022, where the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee is mandated to conduct studies on the possibility of rehabilitating and operating the Bataan nuclear power plant. Is the distinguished gentleman aware of this EO?
I am aware that the DOE is not fulfilling the mandates of that EO, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Section 5 of EO 164 provides in full, and I quote, the Bataan nuclear power plant, BNPP, and the establishment of other nuclear power installations, guided by the tenets of sound energy planning, the NEP-IAC shall collate all audits and recommendations and conduct further studies and assessments, if necessary, to make recommendations on the use and viability of the BNPP and the establishment of other facilities for the utilization of nuclear energy. May we know whether these studies have been completed? And what are the recommendations?
I am aware, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, that full feasibility studies cost a few $1 million and that our DOE is barred from doing that because of EPIRA. And so the Korean government and KHNP, cognizant of that restriction on our law, has offered the DOE to do the study free of charge. It has been months, and the DOE is sitting on the offer without response. In fact, they threw it to the DOF, which knows nothing about this, Mr. Speaker. So you can see that there is a concerted effort to delay, to slow walk nuclear into oblivion, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor, by vested interests, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Your Honor, is the distinguished gentleman accusing the Marcos administration for delaying the rehabilitation and commissioning of the Bataan nuclear power plant despite the mandate of EO 164 that there should be studies for its rehabilitation and operation?
Not the Marcos administration, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. Only certain personalities in the DOE, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
May we know who are these vested interests and personalities in the DOE who are hinting?
Secretary Popo Lotilla and Undersecretary Sharon Garin, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. And who are the vested interests?
I just mentioned them, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
They are officials of the government. Other than officials of the government, are there private vested interests obstructing the rehabilitation and commissioning of the BNPP?
I suppose that could be a subject of inquiry, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Are you asking that this House conduct an inquiry on who are the vested interests and officials as well of the government who are obstructing the rehabilitation and commissioning of the BNPP?
It is up to Your Honor, up to the distinguished colleague, Mr. Speaker, to act on this matter. This representation has an agenda to enable nuclear power in general in the Philippines. I will repeat, the decision to run PNPP-1 does not rest with me. It rests with the Congress, or the President or both. The topic of this bill is to establish the PhilAtom, our independent regulatory authority that would study nuclear power anywhere and everywhere in the Philippines, as well as any source of ionizing radiation. Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, it was the distinguished sponsor who made a bold revelation that vested interests and ranking officials of the DOE are obstructing the rehabilitation and commissioning of the BNPP. Then it would be incumbent on him to request that this expose be investigated so that we will be able to find out the veracity of his statement.
In due time, Mr.
It is
Speaker,
not
Your Honor.
incumbent on this representation who did not make such disclosure. Now, next question. Is EO 164 existing and has not been repealed or withdrawn by President Ferdinand Marcos?
No, it is existing, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
What
It's
does
in
the
effect.
President administration intend to do with the mandate of this EO?
Could you repeat the question, Mr. Speaker?
What does the present administration intend to do with the mandate of this EO of President Duterte?
Well, it is going through the motions. It has created the NEPIAC. It is conducting meetings. However, this representation feels that a lot of activity there could be going much faster than it is going, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Okay. Now, prior to EO 164 was EO 116, which created the Nuclear Energy Program Interagency Committee, which was likewise mandated to, quote, review the existing legal framework, study the viability of nuclear energy, and recommend the necessary steps in the utilization of nuclear energy, as well as existing facilities such as, but not limited to, the Bataan Nuclear Power Plant. May we know what was the result of this review?
The NEPIAC was set up, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor. I cannot recite off the top of my head the involved agencies, but they're quite extensive. I think DOH, the DND, and other agencies are involved. It is my opinion that some of them are not really critical to review the viability, financial and technical viability of nuclear power plants, but they must be involved in the implementation of emergency plans, Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Mr. Speaker, instead of rehabilitating rehabilitating the mothballed BNPP, it would be better to construct a new nuclear facility elsewhere and or maximize alternative and renewable sources of power for the country's energy mix. Would the distinguished sponsor agree?
I would not agree, Mr. Speaker, for the simple reason that PNPP-1 is 100% complete and could be commissioned within 4, maximum 5 years, and the amount of money to be spent to get 620 megawatts would be minor compared to building a equally sized new nuclear power plant. For the simple reason that it is already there, all the licenses are there, they just have to be renewed, all the ECCs are there, the power line is there, the infrastructure is there, the nuclear village is in Bagak. So it's all set up. Why do we want to start from scratch when we've already spent over 100 billion pesos on that plant? Mr. Speaker, Your Honor.
Finally, Mr. Speaker, at the proper time, this representation would propose an amendment to the current bill to the effect that the Philippine
Atomic.
Atom as a regulatory commission will not at any instance rehabilitate and commission the operation of the BNPP. And I reserve my right to introduce such amendment and other amendments to the measure. Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you for the lengthy answers of the distinguished sponsor. I think it is his fashion and passion to make kilometric answers. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Speaker. Thank you, distinguished colleague.
Thank you, Honorable Lagman. Thank you, Honorable Kawanko. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate, I move that we terminate the period of sponsorship and debate.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The period of interpellation and debate is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for a few minutes suspension.
Session is suspended.
Where's
Kenyan? Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize and welcome to the House of Representatives guests of Honorable Ron Salo of the Kabayan Party List. His guests are members of the House Committee on Overseas Workers Affairs by Kenyan Diaspora and Migrant Affairs Committee. From the Kenyan delegation, we have Honorable Lydia Haika Nene, a member of Parliament and Chairman of the Diaspora and Migrant Workers Committee. We have Dr. Dorothy Chebet Rotich, Assistant Director of the Asia Directorate and State Department of Foreign Affairs. We have Ms. Fidliza Samba Wagogo, Clerk Assistant 3 of the Parliament of Kenya. They are also accompanied by the DFA Director Jabar Adyong, the Director Division 3 of Africa Division, Office of the Middle East and African Affairs.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable Ron P. Salo of the Kabayan Party List. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we also recognize and welcome to the House of Representatives the guests of Congresswoman Daphne Lagon of the 6th District of Cebu. They are members of the Association of Barangay Councils of the Municipality of Consolacion, Cebu, the barangay captains with some barangay councilors, barangay treasurers, secretaries, and staff. They are led by ABC President Wesley Alimoren of Barangay Garing. We also have Barangay Captain Edwin Menyoza, Denmark Preame, Edicio Alilin, Clodoaldo Ibon, Antonieto Pepito, Felisa Pepito, Rusiel Balaba, Neil Congson, Danilo Pitogo, Aquilino Pitogo, Ares Balaba Jr., Hercules Aligno, Helen Gray Sanchez, Glenn Reyuan, Avelino Bihag, Blesilda Villo, Reggie Lutao, Juver Dapayan, and Paz Barroso.
We welcome the guests of Congresswoman Daphne Lagon of the 6th District of Cebu. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Thank you for your visit. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I request for a suspension?
Session is suspended.
Okay ba yung mga...
Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend consideration of House Bill number 8218.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. Consideration of House Bill 8218 is hereby suspended. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I now move for the consideration on third reading of House bills under the marine hatcheries cluster. House Bill numbers 8286, 8287, 8288, 8289, 8290, 8291, 8292, and 8293. Copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. And may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the said bills.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8286, an act establishing a crab hatchery for the production and multiplication of mud crabs in Mindanao State University in Awan Province of Misamis Oriental and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8287, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of San Nicolas, Province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8288, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Rosales, Province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8289, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of San Manuel, Province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8290, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of San Quintin, Province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8291, an act establishing a multi-species freshwater fish hatchery in the municipality of Santa Maria, Province of Pangasinan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8292, an act establishing a multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Tabina, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8293, an act establishing a satellite multi-species marine hatchery in the municipality of Libangon, Province of Southern Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of the aforementioned House bills. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Biliones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhain, Bulit Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizaldi, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime, Co Juanco Mark, Colada, Colliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Cuaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavid, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Gintu, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sunny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Oaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordañez, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Riddles Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tianco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Irwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 8286, 8287, 8288, 8289, 8290, 8291, 8292, and 8293. Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Ataide, Baronda, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Chua, Co Elizaldi, Colada, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavid, Duterte, Espina, Udela, Gomez, Gulyas, Hagedorn, Co Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bills number 8286, 8287, 8288, 8289, 8290, 8291, 8292, and 8293 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House bills or local bills pertaining to the establishment of fish ports in certain localities as follows. House Bill numbers 8457, 8458, 8459, and 8460. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the titles of the bills and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8457, an act establishing a fish port with ice plant and cold storage facilities in the municipality of Nueva Valencia, province of Guimaras, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8458, an act establishing a fish port in Barangay Malintubuan, Municipality of Labason, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8459, an act establishing a fish port in Barangay Macuyon, Municipality of Siraway, Province of Zamboanga del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8460, an act establishing a fish port in the Municipality of Tangalan, Province of Aklan, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 8457, 8458, 8459, and 8460. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascub, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juan, Ko, Jaime, Ko, Juan, Ko, Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella Yudela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fantebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lili Garda, Libanan, Limcachong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T, Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration ng third reading of House Bill numbers 8457, 8458, 8459, and 8460. Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Atayde, Baronda, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Chua, Co Elizalde, Colada, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duterte, Espina, Yudela, Gomez, Gulias, Hagidorn, Co Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bills numbered 8457, 8458, 8459, and 8460 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bills number 8399 and 8426, all local bills pertaining to the establishment of national high schools, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of House Bills 8399 and 8426 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8399, an act separating the San Pablo National High School Sacbulan Extension in Barangay Sacbulan, Municipality of San Pablo, Province of Zamboanga del Sur, from the San Pablo National High School, converting it into an independent national high school to be known as the Sacbulan National High School and appropriating funds therefor. House Bill 8426, an act upgrading the Bataan General Hospital and Medical Center in the city of Balanga, Province of Bataan, to a multi-specialty Apex Hospital, increasing its bed capacity from 500 to 1,000 beds and appropriating funds therefor. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 8399 and 8426. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Aco, Padyong, Advincola, Agarao, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisto, Ataide, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolidia, Bondoc, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayan Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kuwa Quaresma, Dagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella, Yudela, Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentevella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Konghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libana, Limcay Chong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel. Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña. Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Kaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micael Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutor, T. Umali, Onabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Velosotuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvig, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jazel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 8399 and 8426. Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Ataide, Baronda, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Chua, Co Elizalde, Colada, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duterte, Espina, Eudela, Gomez, Gulias, Hagedorn, Co Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bills number 8399 and 8426 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bills number 8483, 8484, 8491, 8492, and 8494, all local bills pertaining to the establishment of hospitals. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bills and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the aforementioned House bills and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 8483, an act establishing in the municipality of Rodriguez, Montalban, Province of Rizal, a Level 2 hospital to be known as the Northern Tagalog Regional Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8484, an act upgrading the Bangi District Hospital in the municipality of Bangi, Province of Ilocos Norte, into a Level 2 District Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8491, an act converting the Dr. Catalino Gallego Nava Provincial Hospital in the municipality of Hordan, Province of Guimaras, into a Level 2 hospital and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8492, an act establishing in the city of Victorias, Province of Negros Occidental, a general hospital to be known as the Victoria City General Hospital and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill number 8484, an act increasing the bed capacity of Teodoro B. Galagar District Hospital in the municipality of Hagna, Province of Bohol, from 75 to 100 beds and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 8483, 8484, 8491, 8492, and 8494. Roll call of members: Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Omentado, Malindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juan, Ko, Jaime, Ko, Juan, Ko, Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Kuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimoporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimoporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit, Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, Enverga Escudero, Espares, Espina Estrella, Yudela Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lili, Garda, Libanan, Limcachong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Pleito, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Ieda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Daliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela Teodoro Teves Arnolfo Teves Jose Tiangco Tiang Tolentino Tulfo Erwin Tulfo Jocelyn Tulfo Ralph Wendell Tupas Tutor T. Umali Unabia Ungab Valeriano Valmayor Vargas Vargas Alfonso Velasco Veloso Tuazon Vergara Verzosa Villa Villafuerte Luis Raymond Villafuerte Miguel Luis Villanueva Villar Villaraza Suarez Villarica Violago Yamsuan Yap Christiantel Yap Christopherson Yap Edvic Yap Eric UD Vinagris U. Giselle Victoria Yulo Zamora Amparo Maria Zamora Maria Carmen Zamora Isabel Maria Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill numbers 8483, 8484, 8491, 8492, and 8494. Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Ataide, Baronda, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Chua, Co Elizalde, Colada, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duterte, Espina, Yudela, Gomez, Gulyas, Hagidorn, Co Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bills numbers 8483, 8484, 8491, 8492, and 8494 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bills number 8211, 8212, 8213, 8272, 8273, 8274, 8275, 8276, 8277, 8448, 8449, 8450, 8451, 8496, 8499, and 8519, all local bills pertaining to the Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Centers, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8211, an act establishing in the city of Tanawan, Province of Batangas, a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center, to be known as the Tanawan City Batangas Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8212, an act establishing in the city of Cabuyao, Province of Laguna, a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center, to be known as the Cabuyao City Laguna Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8213, an act establishing in the municipality of Dapa, Siargao Island, Province of Surigao del Norte, a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center, to be known as the Siargao Island, Surigao del Norte Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8272, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the city of Parañaque, Metro Manila, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8273, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Cabagan, Province of Isabela, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8274, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Paracelis, Mountain Province, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8275, an act establishing a Technical Education and Skills Development Authority Training and Assessment Center in the municipality of Bana, province of Ilocos Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8276, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority training and assessment center in the municipality of Mayoyao, province of Ifugao, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8277, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority training and assessment center in the city of Maasin, province of Southern Leyte, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8448, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority training and assessment center in the municipality of Rodriguez, former D. Montalban, province of Rizal, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8449, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority training and assessment center in the municipality of Calibo, province of Aklan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8450, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority training and assessment center in the municipality of Alabat, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8451, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority training and assessment center in the municipality of Guinyangan, province of Quezon, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8496, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority training center in the municipality of Tigaon, province of Camarines Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8499, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority training and assessment center in the municipality of Kibawe, province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefore. And House Bill 8519, an act establishing a technical education and skills development authority training and assessment center in the municipality of Tubod, province of Lanao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of third reading of the aforementioned House bills. Abalos, Abante, Abunta, Acharon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Magsasay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Sisto, Atayda, Wintado, Balindong, Warba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Budilla, Bundok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulutwigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahain, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Caso Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Isaldi, Ko, Pilar, Kuwangko, Jaime, Kuwangko, Mark, Colado, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Curas, Madago, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hilong, Dasa de Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mer de los Santos, De Maporo, Mahamad Kari, De Maporo, Siti Amina, Junicio Domingo, Duavit, Duhari, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian, Paul, Tecleo, Emmanuel, Verga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Judith, Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuendebele, Galeos, Garcia, Albert, Garcia, Dante, Garcia, Jose Oturo, Garcia, Maria Angela, Garcia, Pablo Jan, Garcia, Vincent, Garjora, Garin, Gasaya, Gato, Goy, Christopher, Go, Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales, Aurelio, Gonzales, Neptali, Gonzales, Sandro, Garceta, Gigo, Guinto, Gullas, Gutierrez, Sagidorn, Horesco, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Co, Olga, Co, Ricardo, Co, Wilton, Conghun, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagun, Daphne, Lagun, Sani, Lara, Lasatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Lim Kay Chong, Loyola, Luis, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madron, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano, Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Mordena, Vanisa, Noel, Nograles, Juan, Fidel, Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Norasco, Uminel, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Pimilicia, Sagabas, Pumarin, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Sieda Marie, Romado, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, sa Garbaria, sa Caluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbango, Salo, Salvame, Santo, sa Ulog, Silvero, Singson, Richel, Singson, Ronald, Singson, Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing, Horacio, Swansing, Michael, Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Simir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Chodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo, Erwin, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Rafael, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabio, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villaferte, Luis Raymond, Villaferte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suwan, Yap Crisanter, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, UD Vinigres, UJC Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration, third reading of House Bill numbers 8211, 8212, 8213, 8272, 8273, 8274, 8275, 8276, 8277, 8448, 8449, 8450, 8451, 8496, 8499, and 8519. Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Atay de Baron, de Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Cochua, Ko Idisaldi, Colada, Dimaporo, Muhammad Gari, Duavit, Duterte, Espina, Yudela, Gomez, Gullas, Hagidorn, Co, Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Ulaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tapunting, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bills numbers 8211, 8212, 8213, 8272, 8273, 8274, 8275, 8276, 8277, 8448, 8449, 8450, 8451, 8496, 8499, and 8519 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bills number 8201, 8202, 8394, 8395, and 8504, all local bills pertaining to Memorial Eco Park and Shrine or National Integrated Protected Area System, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for a nominal
Is
vote.
there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8201, an act establishing the CDO Sendong Memorial Eco Parks and Shrines in the city of Cagayan de Oro and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8202, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of Polangi and Owas and cities of Ligao and Tabaco in the province of Albay, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Areas System to be referred to as the Mount Masaraga Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8394, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of Mayantok and San Jose in the province of Tarlac, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System to be referred to as the Mount Sawtooth Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8395, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipalities of President Manuel A. Rojas, Katipunan, and Siayan in the province of Zamboanga del Norte, a protected area with the category of protected landscape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Mount Gutom Protected Landscape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8504, an act declaring a parcel of land located in the municipality of Sultan Naga de Maporo in the province of Lanao del Norte, a protected area with the category of protected landscape and seascape under the National Integrated Protected Area System, to be referred to as the Sultan Naga de Maporo Protected Landscape and Seascape, providing for its management and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 8201, 8202, 8394, 8395, and 8504. Abalo, Sabante, Abunda, Choron, Asidi, Acop, Audion, Advincola, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Biliones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulit Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Co Angelica Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Coanco Jaime, Coanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cua, Quaresma, Dagoc, Delipe Dalog, Dayang Hirang Daza, De Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Siti Amina, Junicio Domingo David Duhali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella Yudela Fariñas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco Fresnedi Fuentebeltia Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Guico Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Hagedorn Heresco, Hataman Hernandez, Herrera Horibata Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazating Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Limkay Chong, Loyola, Luisro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Aminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Oano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Primicia Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Hensha, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan sa Garbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micael Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela Todoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutor, T. Umali, Unabia Unga, Valeriano Valmarior, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Ruiz, Villanueva Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 8201, 8202, 8394, 8395, and 8504. Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Ataide, Baronda, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Chua, Co Elizalde, Colada, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Duavid, Duterte, Espina, Yudela, Gomez, Gulias, Hagedorn, Co Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bills number 8201, 8202, 8394, 8395, and 8504 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bills number 8261, 8263, 8285, 8526, 8527, all local bills pertaining to highway or roads or district engineering offices, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal
Is
voting.
there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8261, an act mandating the full rehabilitation, upgrading, and maintenance of the Roman Superhighway in the province of Bataan. House Bill 8263, an act converting the road stretching from the Maharlika Junction to the barangays of Tabon-Tabon, Estanza, and Pinarig in Legazpi City, province of Albay, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8285, an act relocating the South Cotabato 1st District Engineering Office from Barangay Lagao, General Santos City, to the municipality of Tupi, province of South Cotabato, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8526, an act relocating the Cotabato 3rd District Engineering Office from the municipality of Malang to the municipality of Matalam, province of Cotabato, amending for the purpose Section 1 of Republic Act Number 11490 and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8527, an act renumbering the district engineering offices of the Department of Public Works and Highways in the province of Bukidnon to correspond with the legislative district number where they are located. Roll call of members in consideration in third reading of House Bill numbers 8261, 8263, 8265, 8526, and 8527. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Choron, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bodilla, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Posita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Shungalao, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kua, Quaresma, Dagok, Delipe, Dalog, Dayanghirang, Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo Steve Amena, Dionisio Domingo Duavi, Duhali Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, and Verga Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella Yudela, Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnetti Fuentebella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico, Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Hagedorn Haresco, Hataman Hernandez Herrera, Horibata Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sonny, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Ligarda, Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luis, or Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Navanisa, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias, Agabas, Pomarian, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Rimulya, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng, Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutor, T. Umali, Unavia Unga, Valeriano Valmayor Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yam Suwan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill numbers 8261, 8263, 8285, 8526, and 8527. Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Ataide, Baronda, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Chua, Co Elizalde, Colada, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavid, Duterte, Espina, Yudela, Gomez, Gulyas, Hagedorn, Co Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bills numbered 8261, 8263, 8285, 8526, and 8527 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bills number 7048, 8464, 8465, all pertaining to tourism, ecotourism destinations, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of the aforementioned bills and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill number 7048, an act declaring Dodiongan Falls, located in Barangay Bonbonon, Iligan City, Province of Lanao del Norte, an ecotourism destination. House Bill number 8464, an act declaring the Innovative Tissue Culture Laboratory for Ornamental Plants, also known as Ilab Garden City Project, located in Barangay Santa Cruz, Municipality of Guiguinto, Province of Bulacan, a tourism site. House Bill number 8465, an act declaring the immediate environs of St. Martin of Tours Parish Church, located in Barangay Poblacion, Municipality of Bocaue, Province of Bulacan, as tourism destination. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 7048, 8464, and 8465. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Ataide, Aumentada, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot Bigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castor Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juan, Ko, Jaime, Ko, Juan, Ko, Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Delmar, De Los Santos, Dimoporo Muhammad Kali, Dimoporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fontebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Coriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulles, Gutierrez, Aguitorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Jorebata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Liligarda, Libanan, Limcachong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo Morden Nava Nisay Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Uaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongjuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Pleito, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rilio, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Sieda Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill numbers 7048, 8464, and 8465. Alonte, Alvarez, Montalion, Amatong, Angara, Atayde, Baronda, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Chua, Co Elizalde, Colada, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavi, Duterte, Espina, Yodela, Gomez, Gulias, Hagidorn, Co Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill numbers 7048, 8464, and 8465 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading of House Bills number 293, 4275, 8186, 8239, 8279, 8280, 8281, 8282, 8283, and 8284, all local bills pertaining to land transportation offices and maritime industry authority, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 293, an act establishing a land transportation, franchising, and regulatory board office in the Lone District of Bacolod City, Province of Negros Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 4275, an act creating a Class D District Office of the Land Transportation Office, LTO, in the municipality of Nabua, Camarines Sur. House Bill 8186, an act establishing a Land Transportation Office, LTO, District Office in the municipality of Sulok, Province of Davao del Sur, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8239, an act establishing a Maritime Industry Authority Regional Office in Balanga City, Province of Bataan, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8279, an act establishing a Land Transportation Office District Office in the municipality of Cordova, Province of Cebu, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8280, an act establishing a Land Transportation Office District Office in the municipality of Consolacion, Province of Cebu, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8281, an act converting the Land Transportation Office Extension Office in the municipality of Gataran, Province of Cagayan, into a regular LTO District Office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8282, an act converting the Extension Office of the Land Transportation Office in the Municipality of Taal, Province of Batangas, into a district office to be known as the Taal Land Transportation Office District Office, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8283, an act establishing a Land Transportation Office District Office in the Municipality of Padre Garcia, Province of Batangas, and appropriating funds therefore. And House Bill 8284, an act converting the Land Transportation Office, LTO, Dapa District Office into a Class C LTO District Office, renaming the same as LTO Siargao District Office, and appropriating funds therefore. Roll call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill numbers 293, 4275, 8186, 8239, 8279, 8280, 8281, 8282, 8283, and 8284. Abalos, Abande, Abunda, Charon, Asida, Acop, Adjong, Advingulo, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Matong, Ang Agara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Harbison, Arenas, Arrogacia, Asisto, Atayde, Magtado, Borindong, Barbara Barbers, Barondo, Barsaga, Boscug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhaing, Budugtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahain, Uy, Calderon, Caristo, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Chongalaw, Ko Angelica, Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juan, Ko Jaime, Ko Juan, Ko Mark, Corrado, Colliantes, Corvero, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Corazma, Dago, Dalipe, Darog, de Hirang, Daza, de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de los Santos, de Moporo, Mahamad, Gary, de Moporo, Sita Amina, Junicio Domingo, Duhari Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Policleo, Emmanuel Verga, Escudero, Espares, Espinas, Udela, Estrella, Udela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Judith Marie, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Garjora Garin Gasataya, Gato Goy Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Groseta, Gico, Ginto, Guiles Gutierrez, Hagidorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ho Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hunda, Badlabad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Dagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lasatindi, Ligarda di Bandim, Kaychong Loyola, Luis Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda Mardarona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mga Awang Manikis, Manuel Maranyon, Margoleta Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino Marquez, Martinez Mastura, Matibag, Matugas Mendoza, Mercado Villa, Miguel Momo Mordenava, Nisay Noel, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco Guaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Anjuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas Palma, Padaligan, Pancho Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Pleito, Pumisa Gabas, Pumaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Rehencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Yuloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Eda Marie, Romado, Romulo Roca, Sakdalan, Sagalbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sari Salambangon, Salo, Salvamay, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Sinson Richel, Sinson Ronald, Sinson Mihan, Solon Suwan, Solon Sing, Horacio, Solon Sing, Miguel Angela, Suarez Taliado, Tamayo, Tambunding, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Michael, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Simit, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambutan, Chay, Tan Watco, Triela, Chadoro, Tevez, Arnolfo, Tevez, Jose, Chanco Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo, Erwin, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Alfrendel, Tupas, Tutorti, Umari, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuason, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafeto, Luis Raymond, Villafeto, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yam Suan, Yap, Santer, Yap, Cisorson, Yap, Edvic, Yap, Eric, Yudi, Vinigrace, UJ, Victoria, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Ramon, Isabel Maria, Zumiri. Second call of members in consideration, third reading of House Bill numbers 293, 4275, 8186, 8239, 8279, 8280, 8281, 8282, 8283, and 8284. Alonte Alvarez and Panalion, Amatong Angara, Atay de Baron, Bautista, Bautista Limbiron, Magcabredo, Cuchua, Coy Lizalde, Collado, Dimaporo, Mohamed Gary Duavit, Duterte, Espina, Yudero, Gomez, Gullas, Hagidorn, Co, Ricardo, Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nogrados, Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing, Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tevez, Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafeto, Luis Raymond, Villafeto, Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap, Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill numbers 293, 4275, 8186, 8239, 8279, 8280, 8281, 8282, 8283, and 8284 are hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of the third reading of House Bills number 8200 and 8349, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant of the rules of the House. Again, I move for the consideration of the third reading of House Bill number 8200, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. And for this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8200 and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8200, an act penalizing the smuggling of foreign currency and other monetary instruments in bulk into or out of the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading on House Bill number 8200. Abalo Sabante Abunda, Charona Sidre, Ako Padyong Advincula Agaraw Alba, Albano Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arena, Sarogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Basco, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Beron, Bolilia, Bondok, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulut, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon Uy, Calderon, Calixto Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Chongalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Wangko Jaime, Ko Wangko Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kowa Quaresma, Dagoc, Delipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang Daza, Desus, De Venecia Defensor, Del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo City Amina, Jonicio Domingo, Duave, Dohali Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga, Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella Eudela, Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnetti Fuentebella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garin, Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptari, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico, Guindo, Golias, Gutierrez, Hagidon, Guereso, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Dabadabad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagonsani, Lara, Lazatin Lee, Legarda, Libanan, Lingkay Chong, Yoyola, Luis Lumayang, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda Maduro na Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang Manikis Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibang, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel. Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles Margarita, Nolasco, Aminal, Lolaso, Olivares, Songchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Odison, Perdiernos, Paduano, Paglas Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primicias, Agabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Rehencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Armonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodrigo, Yohio, Rodriguez, Luyolohio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan sa Garbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvami, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rochelle, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela, Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tamunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Micah, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Shai, Tan Watco, Tariela Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tieng Tolentino, Torfo Erwin, Torfo Jocelyn, Torfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Utorti, Umali, Unabia, Unga, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Ruiz, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yam Suwan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Yu Divina Grace, Yu Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8200. Alonte, Alvarez, Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Atayde, Baronda, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Chua, Coelizado, Colada, Limaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duterte, Espina, Yudela, Gomez, Gulias, Hagedorn, Co, Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing, Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reyes, Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves, Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap, Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 8200 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of the third reading of House Bill Number 8349, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the bill, the title of the bill, and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8349 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 8349, an act mandating the inclusion and representation of non-academic and non-teaching personnel in the governing boards of all state universities and colleges, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 8292, otherwise known as the Higher Education Modernization Act of 1997. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8349. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascook, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calisto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro, France, Castro, Jean, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Ko, Juan, Ko, Jaime, Ko, Juan, Ko, Mark, Colada, Colyantes, Corvera, Cruz, Ambrosio, Cruz, Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Tagok, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor, Del Mar, De Los Santos, De Maporo, Muhammad Kali, De Maporo, City Amina, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino Ino, Di Faustino Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yodela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed Christopher, Gomark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neplali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Agedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kung Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacsonoel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Liligarda, Libanan, Limcaychong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Makapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marinho, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Mordenava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano, Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Premisa, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman, Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutorti, Umali, Onabia, Unga, Valeriana, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso, Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza, Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Crishantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisal Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Ampara Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8349. Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Ataite, Baronda, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Chua, Co Elizalde, Colada, Demaporo Mohammed Khalid, Duavi, Duterte, Espina, Yudela, Gomez, Gulias, Hagidorn, Co Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 8349 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8392, copies of which were distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the bill and thereafter call the roll for nominal vote.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8392 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8392, an act standardizing the retirement benefits of justices, judges, and judiciary officials conferred with judicial rank, salary, and privileges, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 910 as amended. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8392. Abalos, Abante, Adbunda, Ajaron, Isidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Agara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Erbison, Arenas, Argancia, Arsisto, Atayde, Amontado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Boskug, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bungalon, Mordado, Busita, Brillones, Borosas, Buhayin, Butwagtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Hayun, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cavagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Caso Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko Angelica Tasha, Ko Lizardi, Ko Pilar, Ko Jaime, Ko Mark, Colado, Colandes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Ko Sena, Dagawa, Cladipe, Dalog, de Hirang Dasa de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar, de Los Santos, de Maporo, Mohammed Khalid, de Poro City, Emilia, Dionisio, Domingo, Duavi, Duhari, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian, Poti, Cleo, Emmanuel, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Yut Estrella, Idela Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes, Frasco, Fresnelli, Fuendebella, Galeyos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Gachorla, Garin Gasataya Gato, Goy, Christopher Go, Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Rosetta Gico, Ginto, Gulles, Gutierrez, Agidon, Resco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Ribata, Javier, Co Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kung Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Laslin, Liligada, Libanan, Dimbenchong, Loyal, Luis Tor, Lumayag, Makapagal, Oroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawag, Manikis, Manuel, Maranyon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Revilla, Miguel Mamorden, Abani, Say Noel, Nogras, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nogras, Margarita, Nolasco, Ubaminal, Olasco, Olivares, Wang Chuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padianos, Paduano, Paglas, Palman Panaligan, Pancho Panotes, Pascual Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Pelito, Miguel Gabas, Pumaran, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Rimulya, Revilla Brian, Revilla Manjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera Robes, Rodriguez, Yuloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdo Siede Marie, Romualdo Romulo Roque, Sakdaran, Sagabaria, Sakaluran, Sarceda, Sali Salimbangon, Salo Salvame, Santos Saulog, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon Suwan, Sonsing Horacio, Sonsing Micaela Angela, Suarez Talyado Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Magatan Renus, Magatan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambutan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela Chidoro, Tevez, Arnolfo, Tevez, Jose, Changkot, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo, Erwin, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Rafael, Tupas Torti, Umali, Unabio, Ungab, Valeriano, Valbeor, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco Toason, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafeto Luis Raymond, Villafeto Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, William Suwan, Yap Crisanter, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Univine Grace, Jason Victoria, Yulo, Zamora, Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria, Carmen Saramor, Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration of the third reading of House Bill number 8392. Alonte Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Angara, Ataide Baronda, Bautista Lim, Biron Cabredo, Chua Corizaldi Colada, Maporo Muhammad Kari, Duavit Duterte, Espina Yudela, Gomez Gulia, Sagidorn Co, Ricardo, Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee Marino, Martinez Momo, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Ulaso, Roman, Sakdaran, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Renus Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Val Mayor, Villafeto Luis Raymond, Villafeto Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill 8392 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may we recognize the guests from the 2nd District of Zamboanga del Sur, my district. These guests are as follows. Dr. Edgardo H. Rosales, our newly elected president of the J.H. Cerilia State College, Dr. Moises Glenn Tangalin, Dr. Jono Tan, Dr. Delmer Mondido, Mr. Glendel Oyoa, Mr. Wendell Ragusta Jr., and Ms. Roxanne Ruth Cedeño.
We welcome the guests of the Honorable J.S.L. Victoria C.U. of the 2nd District of Zamboanga del Sur. Thank you for your visit. Welcome to the House of Representatives. Mabuhay po kayo. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8461, copies of which have been distributed to the members pursuant to the rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure and thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8461 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8461, an act strengthening the National Health Program for Senior Citizens, amending for the Purpose Republic Act number 7432 as amended, entitled an act to maximize the contribution of senior citizens to nation building, grant benefits and special privileges, and for other purposes. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8461. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang Angara, Aquino, Magsaysay, Arbizon, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asisio, Atay, Aumentado, Malindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascog, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernas, Billones, Biron, Bolilia, Bondok, Mongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulut, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Kawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalao, Ko Angelica, Natasha, Ko Elizaldi, Ko Pilar, Ko Juanco Jaime, Ko Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Kua Quaresma, Dagoak, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar, De Los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City, Amina, Junicio, Domingo, Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano Enverga Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella Udelo Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi Frentebella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Cardiola Garin, Gasataya Gato, Go Ed Christopher, Go Mark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Naptili, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Gico, Ginto, Gulius, Gutierrez, Hagedorn, Naresco, Ataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kong Hun, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara Lazatin Lee, Ligard Libanan, Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan, Fidel Piribe, Lugares, Margarita, Nolasco, Waminalo, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uano, Dizon, Pardianos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel Plaza, Plato, Promisia, Sagabas, Pamaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Hensha, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Yeda Marie, Romualdo, Romulo, Roque, Sakdalan, Sagarbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rachel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Radels Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Teangco, Tieng Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Tutor T. Umali Unabia Unga, Valeriano Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Ruiz, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuwan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, Hugh Divina Grace, Hugh Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill Number 8461. Alonte Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Angara, Atay de Baronda Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Chua, Coel Lizalde, Colada, Kimamporo, Muhammad Kali, Duavit, Duterte, Espina, Udela, Gomez, Golias, Hagedorn, Co, Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lee Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles, Juan, Fidel Felipe, Walaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves, Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap, Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 8461 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration of House Bill Number 8500 on third reading, copies of which were distributed to all our members pursuant to our rules. For this purpose, may I request that the Secretary General be directed to read the title of the said measure and call the roll of members for nominal voting.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8500 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill Number 8500, an act regulating the planning, design, construction, occupancy, maintenance, and demolition of buildings, promoting building resilience against earthquake, fire, flood, landslide, storm, volcanic eruption, and multiple hazards within an all-hazards approach to resilience building, enacting a new Philippine Building Code, repealing for the purpose Republic Act Number 6541, an act to ordain and institute a National Building Code of the Philippines, and Presidential Decree Number 1096, otherwise known as the National Building Code of the Philippines. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill Number 8500. Abalos, Abante, Abunda, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adyong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atayde, Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bulilia, Bondok, Bungalon, Bordado, Busita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulot, Bigtang, Busos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cahayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Castro Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Chunggalaw, Ko Angelica Natasha, Ko Elizalde, Ko Pilar, Ko Juan, Ko Jaime, Ko Juan, Ko Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuwa, Quaresma, Dagook, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang, Daza de Jesus de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Dimaporo City Amina, Dionisio Domingo Duavit, Duhali, Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emano, Enverga, Escudero, Espares, Espina, Estrella, Yodela, Fariñas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fontebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo Jan, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola, Garin, Gasataya, Gato, Goed, Christopher, Go Mark, Goles, Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta, Guico, Ginto, Gulles, Gutierrez, Agedorn, Haresco, Hataman, Hernandez, Herrera, Horibata, Javier, Ko Olga Ara, Ko Ricardo, Ko Wilton, Kunghun, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lili Garda, Libanan, Limcachong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal-Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisa, Inuel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Uwaminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Uwano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Premisa Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Recto, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Brian, Revilla Ramonjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eulogio, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Siada Marie, Romualdo, Romulo Roque, Sakdalan sa Garbaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvamay, Santos, Saulug, Silverio, Singson Richel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Suwansing Horacio, Suwansing Micaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Huatco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas, Tutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Verzosa, Villa, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villaraza Suarez, Villarica, Villago, Yamsuan, Yap Christiantel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, U Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Mira Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8500. Alonte, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong, Angara, Atayde, Baronda, Bautista, Bautista Lim, Biron, Cabredo, Chua, Co Elizalde, Colada, Dimaporo Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duterte, Espina, Yudela, Gomez, Gulias, Hagedorn, Co Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Balmayor, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8500 is hereby approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration on third reading House Bill number 8520, copies of which were distributed to all our members pursuant to our rules of the House. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General to request or to read the title of said measure, thereafter call the roll of members for nominal voting. So moved, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8520 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8520. House Bill 8520, an act creating mandatory positions for a human resource management officer for municipalities, cities, and provinces any business permit and licensing officer for municipalities and cities, prescribing their qualifications and defining their powers and duties, amending for the purpose of sections 443, 454, and 463 of Republic Act Number 7160 as amended, otherwise known as the Local Government Code of 1991. Roll call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill Number 8520. Abalos, Abante, Abunta, Charon, Asidre, Acop, Adjong, Advincula, Agaraw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez, Jose, Alvarez, Mercedes, Alvarez, Fantajon, Amante, Matong, Ang Agara, Aquino, Aquino, Magsaysay, Robison, Arenas, Organsya, Asisto, Ataydem, Oventado, Bandindong, Barbara, Barbers, Baronda, Barsaga, Bascug, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondok, Bugalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Brosas, Buhain, Bulut, Wigtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Kahayin, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cabagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro France, Caso Jane, Celeste Chan, Chato, Chua, Chungalaw, Ko, Angelica, Natasha, Ko, Elizalde, Ko, Pilar, Kuwang ko Jaime, Kuwang ko Marco, Lada, Collantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Coras Matago, Dalipe, Dalog de Hirang Dasa de Jesus, de Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Poro Muhammad Khalid, Poro Sita Amina, Dionisio, Domingo Duavit, Duhay Duterte, Di Faustino, Ino, Di Faustino, Michael Carlos, Di Ian Paul, Ecleo, Emmanuel, Vergarius, Cuderos Pares, Espina Estrella, Yudela, Farinas, Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores, Fortes, Frasco, Fresnedi, Fuentebella, Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Oturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablojan, Garcia Vincent, Garjora, Garing Estay, Gato Goy, Christopher Gomark, Goles Gomez, Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzalo Neptali, Gonzalo Sandro, Rosetta Guico, Ginto, Gulias, Gutierrez, Sagidor Nares, Gotama Hernandez, Herrera, Horibato, Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Co Hun, Labad-Labad, Daxon, Daxon Noel, Lagman, Lagun Daphne, Lagun Sani, Lara Lasatin, Di Ligarda, Libanan, Limkaychong, Loyola, Luiso, Lumayag, Makapagal, Arroyo, Maseda, Madrol, Magsina, Malapitan, Mangawang, Maniquez, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoreta, Marcos, Mariano Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel Momo, Morden, Albanisa, Noel, Nograles, Juan Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Ominal, Olaso, Alvarez, Ong Chuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juan Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Pleito, Primisa, Gabas, Pumaran, Puno, Quimbo, Rama, Rectorencia, Remulla, Revilla, Brian, Revilla, Monjolo, Reyes, Rillo, Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez, Eulogio, Rodriguez, Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez, Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez, Sede Marie, Romado, Romulo, Roca, Sakdaran, Sakabaria, Sakaludon, Salceda, Sali, Silambangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silvero, Sinson Richel, Sinson Ronald, Sinson Mihan, Soran Suwan, Sonsing Horacio, Sonsing Ricaela, Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith, Maiga, Tan Reynolds, Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Natko, Taliera, Jodoro, Teves, Arnolfo, Teves, Secha, Chanco, Cheng, Tolentino, Tulfo, Erwin, Tulfo, Jocelyn, Tulfo, Rafael, Tupa, Sutotti, Umari, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Alfonso, Velasco Azon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafete, Luis Raymond, Villafete, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa, Tuarez, Villarica, Villagos, Yamsuan, Yap Vicenter, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U Divina Grace, UJ St. Victoria, Euro, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria Zuidi. Second call of members in consideration of third reading of House Bill Number 8520. Alonte Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Angara, Atayde Baronda, Bautista Lim, Biron Cabredo, Chua, Coalizalde Olada, Dumiporo, Muhammad Khalid, Duavit, Duterte, Espina, Yudero, Gomez, Gullias, Haydorn, Cojo, Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson, Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nagrales, Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdaran, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tabunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafete Luis Raymond, Villafete Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill Number 8520 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move for the consideration and third reading House Bill Number 8569, copies of which were distributed to all our members pursuant to our rules. For this purpose, may I request the Secretary General read the title of said measure and thereafter call the roll of members for nominal vote.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the Secretary General is directed to read the title of House Bill 8569 and to thereafter call the roll for nominal voting.
House Bill 8569, an act mandating the submission of a tree planting plan as a requirement in the application for building permits. Roll call of members in consideration on third reading of House Bill number 8569. Abala Sabanti, Abunda, Acharon, Sidri, Ako, Padyong, Advincula, Garaw, Alba, Albano, Almario, Almonte, Alonte, Alvarez Jose, Alvarez Mercedes, Alvarez Pantaleon, Amante, Amatong, Ang, Angara, Aquino, Aquino Magsaysay, Arbison, Arenas, Arrogancia, Asistio, Atay de Aumentado, Balindong, Barba, Barbers, Baronda, Barzaga, Bascook, Bautista, Bautista, Lim, Benitez, Bernos, Billones, Biron, Bolilla, Bondoc, Bongalon, Bordado, Bosita, Briones, Rosas, Buhayin, Bulut, Begtang, Bustos, Cabredo, Cagas, Cayon, Uy, Calderon, Calixto, Campos, Cawagdan, Cardema, Cari, Castro Franz, Castro Jane, Celeste, Chan, Chato, Chua, Shongalao, Co Angelica, Natasha, Co Elizalde, Co Pilar, Co Juanco Jaime, Co Juanco Mark, Colada, Coliantes, Corvera, Cruz Ambrosio, Cruz Ricardo, Cuba, Quaresma, Dagoc, Dalipe, Dalog, Dayang Hirang Daza, De Jesus, De Venecia, Defensor del Mar de los Santos, Dimaporo, Muhammad Kali, Dimaporo, City Amina, Junicio Domingo, David, Duhali, Duterte, D. Faustino Ino, D. Faustino Michael Carlos, D. Ian Paul, Ecleo Emano, Enverga Escudero Espares, Espina Estrella Odela, Farinas Fernandez, Ferrer Antonio, Ferrer Juliet Marie, Flores Fortes Frasco, Fresnedi Fentibella Galeos, Garcia Albert, Garcia Dante, Garcia Jose Arturo, Garcia Maria Angela, Garcia Pablo John, Garcia Vincent, Guardiola Garing Casataya Gato, Goed Christopher Gomar, Goles Gomez Gonzaga, Gonzales Aurelio, Gonzales Neptali, Gonzales Sandro, Goriseta Gico Ginto, Gulias Gutierrez, Hagedorn Haresco Hataman, Hernandez Herrera, Horibata Javier, Co Olga, Co Ricardo, Co Wilton, Konghun Labad-Labad, Lacson, Lacson Noel, Lagman, Lagon Daphne, Lagon Sani, Lara, Lazatin, Lee, Legarda, Libanan Lim Kaichong, Loyola, Luistro, Lumayag, Macapagal Arroyo, Maceda, Madrona, Magsino, Malapitan, Mangawan, Manikis, Manuel, Marañon, Marcoleta, Marcos, Mariana Hernandez, Marino, Marquez, Martinez, Mastura, Matibag, Matugas, Mendoza, Mercado, Mercado Revilla, Miguel, Momo, Morden, Nava, Nisay, Noel, Nograles, Juan Fidel Felipe, Nograles, Margarita, Nolasco, Waminal, Olaso, Olivares, Ongchuan, Ordanes, Ortega, Juano Dizon, Padiernos, Paduano, Paglas, Palma, Panaligan, Pancho, Panotes, Pascual, Peña, Pimentel, Plaza, Plato, Primicia, Sagabas, Pumaren, Puno, Kimbo, Rama, Rector, Regencia, Remulia, Revilla Bryan, Revilla Ramon Jolo, Reyes, Rilio Rivera, Robes, Rodriguez Eloyo, Rodriguez Rufus, Roman Romero, Romualdez Ferdinand Martin, Romualdez Yeda Marie, Romualdo Romero, Rocker, Sakdalan, Sagabaria, Sakaluran, Salceda, Sali, Salimbangon, Salo, Salvame, Santos, Saulog, Silverio, Singson Rachel, Singson Ronald, Singson Mihan, Solon, Suwan, Swansing Horacio, Swansing Michaela Angela, Suarez, Talyado, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Joseph, Tan Keith Micah, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Samir, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Tan Chay, Tan Watco, Tariela, Teodoro, Teves Arnolfo, Teves Jose, Tiangco, Tiang Tolentino, Tulfo Erwin, Tulfo Jocelyn, Tulfo Ralph Wendell, Tupas Yutor, T. Umali, Unabia, Ungab, Valeriano, Valmayor, Vargas, Vargas Alfonso, Velasco, Veloso Tuazon, Vergara, Versosa, Villa, Villafuerte, Luis Raymond, Villafuerte, Miguel Luis, Villanueva, Villar, Villarasa Suarez, Villarica, Violago, Yam Suwan, Yap Christian Tel, Yap Christopherson, Yap Edvic, Yap Eric, U. Divina Grace, U. Jaisel Victoria, Yulo, Zamora Amparo Maria, Zamora Maria Carmen, Zamora Isabel Maria, Zubiri. Second call of members in consideration and third reading of House Bill number 8569. Alonte Alvarez Pantaleon, Amatong Angara, Atayde Baronda Bautista, Bautista Limbiron, Cabredo Chua, Co Elizalde, Colada, Dimapora, Muhammad Khalid, David Duterte Espina, Yudela Gomez, Golias, Hagedorn, Co Ricardo, Labad-Labad, Lacson Noel, Lee, Marino, Martinez, Momo, Nograles Juan Fidel Felipe, Olaso, Roman, Sakdalan, Sakaluran, Swansing Horacio, Tamayo, Tambunting, Tan Reynolds Michael, Tan Stephen James, Tan Tambut, Teves Arnolfo, Valmayor, Villafuerte Luis Raymond, Villafuerte Miguel Luis, Villar, Yap Eric.
With 266 members voting in the affirmative, 0 in the negative, and 0 abstentions, House Bill number 8569 is approved on third and final reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we transmit to the Senate all the bills that were approved on third reading. So move.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, with leave of the House, I move that we open the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The privilege hour is hereby opened.
Mr. Speaker, I now move that the Honorable Edgar Chato from the 1st District of Bohol be recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
The Honorable Edgar Chato is recognized to avail of the privilege hour.
Thank you very much, Mr. Speaker. Our Committee on Rules and our colleagues, good evening. I rise on a matter of personal and collective privilege to call on compliance with a project committed by a national government agency which has been delayed for 6 years now and counting. Specifically, I refer to the establishment of a Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas branch in the province of Bohol. In 2017, during my third term as governor of the province of Bohol, the BSP Monetary Board, through then BSP Governor Amado Titanco, approved the establishment of a BSP branch to be situated in the municipality of Dawis, in the island of Panglao, in the 1st Congressional District. In 2018, the project was continued under then BSP Governor Nestor Espinilla Jr., who caused the purchase of a lot by BSP in 2018 and the commencement of engagement of consultants for the construction of the building. Accordingly, I, as governor of the province then, Governor Espinilla Jr. himself, and NEDA Secretary Ernesto Pernia celebrated the groundbreaking and time capsule ceremony for the prospective BSP Bohol branch. In 2019, I was assured by the BSP that upon award of the contracts to the consultants, procurement for the general contractor will immediately follow. This was sometime April of 2019. The project, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, made a 180-degree turn. However, when on November of the same year, I was informed that the establishment of the BSP branch in the province is currently held in abeyance in the letter of then BSP Governor Benjamin E. Diokno. The reason given was their engagement of the services of a third party to conduct a study on the rationalization of BSP branches and its branching strategy as a whole. As a duly elected representative of the 1st District of Bohol since 2019, I consistently pushed for the implementation of the project. I made sure I voiced it during budget deliberations, and I made several written communications to the BSP. In fact, during the floor deliberations of BSP for 2021 General Appropriations Act, through the Honorable Appropriations Vice Chairperson Joey Salceda, the BSP in open plenary categorically gave an assurance that the project in Bohol will push through. Last year, 2022, in the presence of then BSP Governor Felipe Medalla and Finance Secretary Benjamin Diokno, I again made verbal manifestations of Bohol's position in the establishment of a BSP branch in the province during the budget deliberation of the current administration's finance and economic team, presided by the Committee on Appropriations Senior Vice Chair, the Honorable Stella Kimbo. Subsequently, I also made written communications. In another U-turn fashion, and contrary to our expected implementation of the project, we instead received a letter dated 22 December 2022 from BSP, informing us of the decision of the Monetary Board to discontinue with the project through BSP Monetary Board Resolution 2021-1560, amended on 27 October 2022. In their resolution, Mr. Speaker, the following reasons were stated for the stoppage of the project. One, increase in volume of electronic payments on account of the BSP's initiative on digitalization. Two, significant improvement of the road infrastructure network in view of the Build program of the government. Three, adoption and implementation of the Cash Service Alliance program under Monetary Board Resolution 1153 and 86, dated 10 September 2020 and 21 January 2021, respectively, by the BSP, which is expected to reduce the volume of cash transactions. After consultations with relevant stakeholders in Bohol, especially the Bohol Bankers Association, we sent our appeal for the BSP decision on February 2023. Allow me, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, to mention their arguments and my answer. BSP's first reason is the increase in volume of electronic payments on account of BSP's initiative on digitalization. Indeed, digitalization is an accepted and practical mode of doing banking transactions, especially in the present digital age. Notwithstanding, the same is still limited as to volume, accessibility, availability, and reliability. In addition, the security of these kinds of transactions in the long term is yet to be proven. While digital processes play a role in the future, not only of the banking system, but in other transactions as well, we submit that cash-based transactions will still be a viable and strong alternative to all activities involving monetary considerations. We agree, Mr. Speaker, and expect the resort to digital transactions during the pandemic when not only banks, but most establishments are closed. As all were mandatorily confined to their homes, most especially those living in urban areas, are constrained to go digital. This does not mean, however, that the same will persist after the opening of establishments to the public. To say that the rise in the use of digital transactions will continue is premature, and to say that the rise is the same in Metro Manila as with the rest of the country may not be accurate, to say the least. For Bohol, I say that this is not the case. In fact, revenge travel is increasing exchange of money now more than the past 3 years. Second, the BSP mentions the improvement of road networks under the Build program. To this, we say that while road networks now are substantially improved in the country, the same cannot be said for the digital network infrastructure. To date, cash transfers by sea or air to BSP branches outside Bohol puts to risk local bank transactions. While roads are certainly better now in the island provinces like Bohol, these are not connected by bridges to other islands where BSP branches are located. Finally, BSP mentions its adoption and implementation of the Cash Service Alliance program, which is expected to reduce the volume of cash transaction. The idea that banks themselves will take charge of cash distribution are not a reality. Banks do it within the regions after getting their cash from BSP. At the same time, they deposit their unfit notes to BSP branches. BSP has the vault space, unlike commercial banks. Although some big banks have big vaults in their cash management centers, but this is not true for all. The production and issuance of polymeter notes affirm that use of sturdy banknotes will last for a longer time. We also note of various efforts to establish BSP branches in other parts of the country. Case in point is BSP Palawan, which was in the BSP pipeline almost the same time as our BSP Bohol. BSP Palawan was inaugurated last June 2023. We see no distinction in geographical consideration since Palawan and Bohol are both island provinces. In 2019, then BSP Governor Diokno mentioned the engagement of the services of a third party to conduct a study on the rationalization of BSP branches and its branching strategy as a whole. Lo and behold, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues, the research dubbed as Bangko Sentral ng Pilipinas Branch Rationalization Study, final report, was prepared by the Department of Industrial Engineering and Operations Research, National Engineering Center of the University of the Philippines, and was revised on February 24, 2021. According to the UP study, the proposed Bohol BSP met the standards on DTI competitiveness indices on economic dynamism, government efficiency, and resiliency, its proximity from Panglao Airport or the Tagbilaran Seaport, its distance to the nearest BSP branch, which is in Cebu, and general peace and order situation in the province. Without need of complex interpretation, the independent third-party study revealed that it was fully in favor of the establishment of the BSP Bohol. This project is also well supported by the provincial government of Bohol during my stint as governor and in the present through a Sangguniang Panlalawigan resolution issued for the purpose. The Bohol Bankers Association, as well as other stakeholders, are in full support, are one in pushing for this project. The BSP Bohol branch was approved and long recognized since 2017. It started during the time of then BSP Governor Amado Titanco and continued by then BSP Governor Nestor A. Espinilla Jr. There was partial fulfillment of this approved project with the groundbreaking activities with the previous BSP officials. And Palawan started their construction earlier than Bohol's groundbreaking. Bohol's construction was delayed due to the change in the design made by Governor Espinilla. But both projects were approved as early as the time of Governor Titanco. Bohol was delayed since we were looking for a lot first in Tagbilaran City and shifted to Panglao due to the airport. We implore not only the commitment of BSP on the establishment of a branch in Bohol, but more importantly, we strongly call for the honoring and full implementation of the project, which has already commenced with the groundbreaking as early as 2017. We appeal that the new BSP policy should not be given retroactive application as to prejudice Bohol's earlier approved BSP branch. While we are looking forward to the improvement of processes, there is prudence in looking backwards on conventional wisdom on banking system based on the more stable cash transactions. Having both systems in place will be necessary to ensure a strong, steady, and reliable financial system for the whole country. Mr. Speaker, please allow me to reiterate not only the importance, but the precedent which should engage the BSP to honor its commitment to the province of Bohol and the people. Number one, the establishment of the branch was approved by the Monetary Board a long time ago. Its establishment was approved during the terms of Governor Amado Titanco and pursued by the late Governor Espinilla. Second, a lot was purchased by the BSP in the municipality of Dawi's Island of Panglao for the purpose of constructing a branch, and at concessional amount upon representation to the owner that it will be used for this purpose and thus favorable to the people of Bohol. Third, the economy in Bohol is fast growing, especially now that the Bohol Panglao International Airport was opened in October 2018. In this regard, we believe that Bohol should have a cash distribution system separate from Cebu. Incidentally, Bohol is an island province, similar to Cebu, Negros Oriental, and Palawan, which have their own BSP branches. Number 4, the presence of BSP is beneficial not only to distribute cash, but more importantly, to ensure security of bulk cash transfers, which to date is being done physically through air or sea transfers. 5, BSP Bohol will also serve as a financial learning center and post for its bank examiners. 6, a groundbreaking ceremony had already been done. 7, there is a commitment from the BSP to continue the project in the deliberation of the 2021 General Appropriations Act. 8, the provincial government of Bohol supports it and has in fact passed a resolution of the Sangguniang Panlalawigan. 9, it is strongly pushed and supported by the Bohol Bankers Association and other stakeholders. 10, the independent third-party study of the University of the Philippines fully supports the establishment of the BSP Bohol branch. 11, there are meritorious reasons to overturn the BSP issuance to warrant full implementation of the project. Finally, Mr. Speaker, my dear colleagues at this august chamber, we would like to stress that the province of Bohol is in full support of this project by the BSP. We cannot risk losing it by a change of heart of the changing guards at the BSP Monetary Board. Someone dropped the ball, so to speak. So, we entreat that the projects and commitments of the previous and current BSP officials be fully implemented. We are appealing that this project will be given a favorable consideration, guided by the direction of the new administration. The budget season is here. DBCC with Central Bank will be here with us in this plenary hall tomorrow. We hope that with the new BSP governor, who incidentally is the 5th since the finalization of the project, the approved BSP Bohol project will finally be realized. Thank you, Mr. Speaker.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, no member intends to interpolate the Honorable Chato. Therefore, I move that his speech be referred to the Committee on Rules for the appropriate action.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved and the privileged speech of the Honorable Chato is referred to the Committee on Rules. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we terminate the privilege hour.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The privilege hour is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the bills under the calendar of business for Thursday and Friday, and pursuant to our own rules, allow me to put forth an omnibus motion for the consideration of the following measures. House Bill number 8608 as contained in Committee Report 694, House Bill 1311 as contained in Committee Report 697, House Bill 1313 as contained in Committee Report 700, House Bill 8667 as contained in Committee Report 702, House Bill 8664 as contained in Committee Report 698, House Bill number 8665 as contained in Committee Report 699, House Bill number 8666 as contained in Committee Report 701, House Bill 8701 as contained in Committee Report 705, House Bill 8702 as contained in Committee Report 706, House Bill 8668 as contained in Committee Report 703, and finally, House Bill 8700 as contained in Committee Report 704.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved and the Secretary General is directed to read the titles of the aforementioned bills.
House Bill 8606, an act declaring the Verde Island Passage located in the provinces of Batangas, Marinduque, Occidental Mindoro, Oriental Mindoro, and Romblon an ecotourism zone. House Bill 1311, an act converting the Bicol International Airport Road in the municipality of Taraga, province of Albay, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 1313, an act converting the tourism mega highway in Legazpi City, province of Albay, into a national road and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8667, an act establishing the Camarines Norte 1st District Engineering Office of the Department of Public Works and Highways in the municipality of Labo, province of Camarines Norte, renaming the existing District Engineering Office in the municipality of Daet as the Camarines Norte 2nd District Engineering Office and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8664, an act declaring the immediate environs of Quiapo Church, Plaza Miranda, San Sebastian Church, Plaza del Carmen, Quezon Bridge, the Life Theater of Old Villongo Building, and other built heritage with notable historical and cultural significance as National Heritage Zone, providing for the restoration, rehabilitation, conservation, and development, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8665, an act establishing the Baybay City Cultural Center and Museum in the city of Baybay, province of Leyte, defining its purposes and objectives, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8666, an act establishing the Mountain Province Cultural Center and Museum in Mountain Province, defining its purposes and objectives, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8701, an act establishing a senior high school in Progressive Village 3, Barangay Bayanan, City of Bacoor, Province of Cavite, to be known as the Progressive Senior High School, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8702, an act establishing an elementary school in Progressive 15, Barangay Molino 2, City of Bacoor, Province of Cavite, to be known as the Progressive Elementary School, and appropriating funds therefore. House Bill 8668, an act establishing a Department of Agrarian Reform Provincial Office in the municipality of San Jose, Province of Dinagat Islands, and appropriating funds therefore. And House Bill 8700, an act establishing the Baguio City Sports High School, and appropriating funds therefore.
Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we suspend session for a few
Session
minutes.
suspended. Session resumes. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, may I respectfully amend my previous motion such that we exclude House Bill 8608 from the motion for omnibus approval
Is there
on second reading.
any objection? Chair hears none. Motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we consider the respective explanatory notes as the sponsorship of the aforementioned House bills.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The motion is approved, and the explanatory notes of the aforementioned bills are hereby adopted as the sponsorship speech. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no member who wishes to interpolate on the said local bills, I move that we terminate the period of interpolation.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of amendments is here of interpolations is hereby terminated. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we open the period of amendments and approve the committee amendments, if any, as contained in the respective committee reports of the aforementioned bills.
Is there any objection? The Chair hears none. The period of amendments is open. The committee amendments are hereby approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no individual amendments, I move that we terminate the period of amendments.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The period of amendments is hereby closed. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading the following House bills: House Bill number 8608, House Bill number 8311, House Bill 1313, House Bill 8667. Mr. Speaker, I amend the motion.
Please proceed.
Mr. Speaker, I move that we vote on second reading the following House bills: House Bill 1311, 1313, 8667, 8664, 8665, 8666, 8701, 8702, 8668, and 8700.
There is a omnibus motion to approve the aforementioned local bills. All in favor, please say aye. Aye. Those opposed, please say nay. The ayes have it. The aforementioned local bills are hereby approved on second reading. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, in accordance with our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move that we refer the following House resolutions to the appropriate committees. House Resolution 1129 to the Committee on Public Order and Safety, House Bill 1130 to the Committee on Banks and Financial Intermediaries, House Bill 1131 to the Committee on Local Government and Basic Education and Culture, House Bill 1135 to the Committee on National Defense and Security, House Bill 1141 to the Committee on Higher and Technical Education, House Bill 1142 to the Committee on Games and Amusements, and House Bill 1147 to the Committee on Transportation.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The aforementioned House resolutions are referred to the aforementioned committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, pursuant to our rules governing inquiries in aid of legislation, I move that we refer the following speeches to the appropriate committees. The speech of the Honorable Representative Magsino to the Committee on Overseas Workers' Affairs, the speech of the Honorable Representative Fernandez to the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, the speech of Representative Castro Franz to the Committee on Government Enterprises and Privatization, the speech of Representative Marcoleta to the Committee on Public Accounts, the speech of Representative Bosita to the Committee on Metro Manila Development, and the speech of Representative Tulfo Erwin to the Committee on Revision of Laws.
Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The aforementioned speeches are referred to the aforementioned committees. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, considering that copies of Journal Number 6, dated August 2, 2023, were already distributed to the members, I move to dispense with the reading of the said journal. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
Is there any objection? Chair hears none. The motion is approved.
Consequently, Mr. Speaker, I move that we approve Journal Number 6, dated August 2, 2023, subject to the following corrections as relayed by the Secretariat. On page 2, the roll call results should be 209 instead of 191, and the correct results of the nominal voting on the following House bills approved on third reading as follows. House Bill number 8327, affirmative remains at 187, negative remains at 0, abstention 3 instead of 0. House Bill number 7228, affirmative 196 instead of 193, negative and abstention both remain at 0. House Bill number 8187, affirmative 201 instead of 198, negative and abstention both remain at 0. House Bill number 8625, affirmative 207 instead of 206, negative and abstention both remain at 0. House Bill number 8269, affirmative 213 instead of 212, negative and abstention both remain at 0. I so move, Mr. Speaker.
There is a motion to approve Journal Number 6, dated August 2, 2023, subject to the aforementioned corrections. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. As corrected.
Mr. Speaker, last Wednesday, August 2, 2023, we adopted House Resolution number 1145, resolution congratulating and commending the Philippine Women's National Football Team for securing its historic first win in the 2023 Federación Internacional de Football Association, FIFA, Women's World Cup match. I move for the consolidation of a similar measure, namely House Resolution number 1148 with House Resolution number 1145.
There is a motion to consolidate House Resolution 1148 with House Resolution 1145. Is there any objection? The chair hears none. The motion is approved. Majority Leader.
Mr. Speaker, there being no other matters to be discussed, I move that we adjourn session until August 14 at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. So moved,
Session
Mr.
is
Speaker.
adjourned until Monday, August 14 at 3 p.m.